it's pretty good. I checked out. I just logged off. I just got back myself, and I got my Elgato in, so I am actually live. Why is that showing backwards? Oh, awesome. Yeah, all the raids are. Um, yeah, that's a totally different area. There's a reason like there's only like 0.8%, 0.08% of the people have completed the raid on Xbox. The new raid, the old raid, after a year and 2 months, is maybe 2% have completed the raid. Now you got to remember, there's a lot of people that load up the game, for freebie, and all those are included, and they never get past, the free weekend or whatever. So they're not going to get to level 30, or, you got to get to world tier 3. So what you can do right now is, once you get, are you in there? So what you can do, I should still be in the same game, I think. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Go ahead and give me an invite. Of my healer build? Yeah, I told you I was, and now I've already got one out there. It's called the Medic, very similar, but this is kind of improved on that. And I was actually working on that when I answered your call. So, and we are live on YouTube right now. Oh, there is. So you can actually get on your computer and watch you play your game as you're playing. I haven't started playing on PC now. It's definitely a different animal. Right, but once you get it down and you learn how to do it, if you watch the PC guys do content, you'll notice that almost everything's a headshot. Everything's right on target. And I'm not saying they're using an aimbot or anything. They're just, it's a lot easier to put the mouse on there. There is a difference between PC and Xbox, a big one. There, Pro Slayer. Oh, by the way, Pro, if you didn't hear, we're live on YouTube. So back here's the settlement. Have you guys been to the settlement yet? I know I took him there. Yeah, it's cool to dye like certain parts of your gear, so you can put your builds together. and then you can kind of see if anything has a die on it, you've used that in the build. But to be honest, right now, use your biggest thing and trash the rest. So you get to go talk to Henry. Step on in and talk to Henry. Right here at the door. Yeah, isn't that kind of weird how he does that? I think that I think that means something. I was like, is he going to bash her? Is he afraid she's going to do something to him? Is he afraid of her? Because as soon as we walk in the room, he's like, oh, okay. Or maybe he was going to hit her upside the head with it. There's something weird going on there. I swear to God, there is. Right. Time to put our petty argument. We can't do what we were doing before. So on your map, because so on your map you'll see different items here, and again you may see. Oh, that must be Henry. What were you asking? Those are your. So you apparently you bought the whole kit and caboodle, so you've upgraded your stuff. So there's like classified assignments you can do as well. So now, if you look at your map, you know how to go your map your menu, right? The left menu button, the one with the two squares. If you if you look here on the west end of DC, you have Federal Emergency Bunker, you have the Potomac Event Center, you have bank headquarters, you have DCD, um, and you have Lincoln Memorial, and even though we can't do it yet, Roosevelt Island. So we were working about butt danglies earlier. So let's go over here to the DCD and do the DCD. We'll get that done for you, and we'll get you the mini skeleton. Yeah, you can only wear one at a time. It's funny when I look at the studio, everything's backwards. All the writing's backwards in the studio. So I actually got, if you could see the setup, I have my main screen, I have my computer, which I'm monitoring the stream on, and then I have my laptop, which is actually controlling the stream. Oh, you found the stream? Okay. So the other thing is, what if you haven't noticed? Right now, you're level 10 because you're not within a short distance of me. You will get a buff because I'm so much higher than you in level. You'll get a buff um, when you're close to me. Now, the whole area is going to be up to my level. So when you're fighting off of yourself, you're fighting higher characters, but you're still a lower level. So right now, because you're close to me, if you look at your thing, it went from 10. It has a arrow up to 29. So you're actually fighting as if you were a 29 level. Doesn't mean you can wear a 29 gear, but it just means you can do that. Okay, so we ready to do DCD? Okay, and there's Slayer. Okay, in real life, this is I do believe this is the Claire Barton Red Cross Center. It's not really the DCD, unless it's changed over the time I was stationed in DC. And in the basement is a big genealogy museum. If you ever want to trace yourself back to, or right next door is, the Daughter American Revolution is right here too as well. One of these buildings. And in the bottom of the Daughters of the American Revolution is a big genealogy museum. There's parts of it look kind of similar, but the for a lot of it's just in ruins. So kind of forgot I was running a healer build. Old man's disease, talking and running at the same time. Hold on, let me get rid of these jack wagons and we'll get you up. No, but with the Manus, there's a way to kind of no scope. Um, and I can jump on one of my characters a little later, and you can see some of my sniping in action. So we got to go upstairs. Now, when this is invaded, their things are a little different. So invaded, when you get up to the upper levels, there'll be two different ways to play these missions. There'll be when the Black Tusk invades for the day, there's different things. So when it's invaded, there's a Black Tusk box back here on this floor that you can open when you have the keys. But right now, there's a Outcast box down here. So it's right here. And there's also anytime you see a yellow, that's usually means something. Either shoot it or climb it. And there's a weapon case in here as well. And if you ever really get bored and you really want to be concerned, use a scope and start reading these pamphlets that's on here talking about disease and disease control of viruses and stuff. And you got to remember a lot of this stuff was written before the corona. Some of it's been kind of updated to kind of mimic the corona. They kind of updated some of that, but it's kind of eerie to read some of these things about what we do in this game and how it emulates real life at this point. We got to do a lot of stuff before we open that fuel line. Be careful. There's some those vats up there will bust, and they'll have it like poison, like that one that busted across there. There's one right down on that, right down from. See that one that just busted? If you run up there, that gaseous cloud will kill you. It'll eat right through your armor. You can have full armor, and it'll kill you. So make sure it dissipates before you run through there. It, yeah, you kind of ran out of the green zone. Can you see where the green zone is? Like I just moved it. Yeah, that's where my heal is, and you'll be healed, or you'll doesn't mean you'll stay alive, but it does mean it'll keep you healed a little bit. Doesn't make you Superman, but it definitely will help. Okay, we'll move this over here. So how old's your daughter? Or is that your sister? Sister or daughter? Little brother. Yeah, they grow up fast. Like I say, I got pictures on Discord of my kids playing right here in front of this building. In fact, at a fountain when they were 3 and 4, and now they're in their 30s, and my grandkids are older than that now. So time flies back quicker than you realize. So if you want to open the fuel line, it's right up here by me. I'll let you go ahead and do it. So once you get through the story mode, when you run these missions again in harder mode, you can get badges and accolades. Um, so if you go to your menu real quick and you go down to where it shows your progression, there's a thing called commendations, and you can look through your commendations, and it will show you stuff that, and you get patches for doing certain items in the game, for completing a mission, for finding all the items in the mission, stuff like that. Okay. Now we can shoot these guys, or we can do it real easy. If you follow me over here to this room, don't even shoot them. Don't even. Do, pro, come here. Pro, come here. Come on. Now hit the keyboard. Yep, done. It's clean. Now you can't do the when you get up to where you're world tier, and you have to do this each week when it's invaded. When the Black Tusk are here, you have to clean that room out. You can't just set them on fire like that. But when you're doing outcasts, you can just sneak by them, light them on fire. Now there is an advantage to going ahead and cleaning out the room, because they might drop something you need if you're really looking for gear. But right now, at the level you're doing, what we want to do is just get you through these missions and get you up the next level as fast as possible. And again, you want to drop all your low gear. You want to get rid of it. Um, if it's lower than what you have, because there's a rhythm in the game that kind of sees all your gear and then it drops. So if you got a level one gear in there, it'll actually make your drops less sometimes. I haven't proven that, but we've kind of figured that out. So the green zone's over. Well, here, I'll bring it to you. You guys were behind me. Here, hold on. There you go. Now, you got to remember, we've been playing this game since last February. So, a lot of this stuff that has to do with the pandemic, this part of the game hasn't changed. I mean, it was like that. So, there's a lot of stuff in here. Almost want to make make an assumption that the Chinese or the Spanish or whoever started Corona was copying this game. Okay, let me move. YouTube. Thanks, Trista. Air Force. Now you may wonder why my clan is called the U.S. Army Infantry. My my youngest son is a combat infantry badge holder from Afghanistan. He served in Afghanistan in 2009. He had to go in a unit because he actually had earned himself a ROTC scholarship to Purdue University. But part of his ROTC thing is he had to be in a unit. He had to be attached to a unit while he was going to school. So the unit he attached himself to was here in our hometown, and they happened to be an infantry unit. So he had to go to Benning. He went to Benning and he took his AIT instead of taking one summer and one the next. He took the first semester off of school was his plan. Um, so he took the first year off of school and he was supposed to go back the second semester of that year, and his unit was going to deploy to Afghanistan. So he decided he wanted to forego college and fight in the war. Hey, boy. Got some big help now, boys. These guys are level 10, so you're probably seeming like a god to them right now. So yeah, you're a big boy to them. You're a big boy to them. Well, that's good. So we are live. Pro, pro, come back here. Come back here, guys. Come here. Stick your nose right in the skeleton here. You're going to get a butt dangling. Yeah, but these guys, like I said, these guys have never done this. This is their first time ever through DCD. Hey, pro, no, over here, right there, in the corner. A lot of people like that one. That was probably one of the for a lot of people. It's okay. Oops. This little kill zone coming up is probably one of my favorite parts of the game because you have the upper elevation and it is just a kill box. So have fun shooting them, guys. Throw hand grenades. This is this is just murder. Don't let them climb out. Now there is an old video that I did a few months ago, and I've tried. I just got sidetracked, and I planned on doing them on each faction, but I've done one on the hyenas, and I've worked on the outcast, and I will promise you guys, now that I'm live on YouTube, I can't go back on my word that I will get the outcast one out this week. And basically, what it does is it goes through the difference on each one of these characters, which like the rushers or the technicians and what they do, and if you kind of know which ones are a bigger threat, you can kind of pick your priorities a little bit better. So, Pro, go over there to the blue box, that blue box right here, right where No is. Come over here by where No is right now, and you can climb back up out of there. Well, you can climb back over there too. That works. There you go. So in here, see this lock, see these locks, see these locks on the doors. Let them shoot it. Boink. Pro, shoot the lock. There you go. Now go in there. Stupid me didn't throw out my uh, um, healer hive. Hey, yeah, that's all this room is suicide bombers. When you get up on a higher level, they come in like 4 or 5 at a time. Now, if you shoot them in, if you kill them in the head, oh shit. If you shoot them in the head, they won't blow up. You shoot them in the chest, they'll blow up. Or if they get close to you, they'll blow up. Now, the one way to do it, if you can't shoot them before they get to you, as soon as they get close to you, you can roll away. So, you, like, roll away like that, and you can avoid being completely blasted. Got old man's disease, can't talk and play at the same time. That's pretty neat. He's like, oh, look, there I am. So you're watching yourself play a video game on a video game on a YouTube account. That's pretty cool. Pretty neat. So now we're at the boss. Now, when you get up to higher levels, you can do this on hard, challenging, heroic, and you can do the strongholds on legendary. So there's only 4 strongholds at this point in the game. The other thing is, I'm going to teach you a little bit about courtesy. Hold on. When you're like Pro, don't open that door. When you were upstairs, Pro, and we came down here, it started the counter. If people are upstairs and they're picking something up, you don't want to be down here this quick because it'll pull them in here. And if they're up there, say their inventory's full and they're trying to sort out which to, and they got something they really want to pick up, but yet they got some really good stuff and they can't figure out what they want to get rid of. You don't want to be that guy that makes him lose that item because you sucked him in another part of the game. The other part of it is don't be that guy and come in with your inventory full. So everybody's waiting for you to every time you find a good item you're like, wait a minute, I got to do this. Because there's a lot of people that have very limited time. They got wives, girlfriends, mothers, kids, whatever, and they're saying, they have to negotiate. Hey, I get to play for an hour. Well, at 45 minutes of that hour is waiting on somebody else to do something in the game. It's kind of frustrating. So it can kind of cause some hard feelings, and it's just good courtesy. So, just a little tidbit. Yeah, I got a Twitch account. I've been waiting for this Elgato, which it actually just came in 45 minutes ago. While we took our lunch break, I walked out and there it's set. I've been actually looking for it. Um, so now I can stream a little easier, and I actually am trying to figure out how to incorporate a thing called Face Rig, which has an animated bear on it. So when I'm talking and it does a picture in picture, it'll be an animated bear over there in the corner. If I can, I don't know if I can do the Elgato and the Face Rig and everything else, but uh, I'm going to be experimenting with that. So I got a big learning curve just right now. So this is brand new, and Jacob's been telling me this is how he does everything. So how I was making videos up until this very point was I would have to save 2 minutes at a time on my Xbox because I you can go 10 minutes if it's low resolution, but you got to remember you're posting this in a video, and if it's in low resolution, they can't really tell what you're doing as much. So I ran it in the highest resolution I can, but it can only save 2 minutes at a time. So if something really neat happens in the game, I got to save that. Well, then it takes a while to upload while you're playing, and then the Xbox gets full, and then I try to say something important, and things full, and they're saying, "Oh, you can't save that." And you're like, ah. So that's been my life up until this point. So I used a program called Filmora 9, and I went ahead and bought the sanctioned version, which cost me 70 or 80 bucks. Um, so it would have a watermark on it, and I get some extra features on it. So then I take the video on that, and I put it all together, and then I got to slice it and cut out the bad parts. And I've noticed since I've been making videos, I have a bad tendency when I'm waiting for the right word. A lot of times I'll do the or and or so. I do so a lot. I'll say, well, so in this, and I'm like, it's so annoying to hear my own voice do that. And I can just imagine somebody um, trying to hear the video and hear a bunch of ums every 3 seconds. So I go in and edit all that out a lot of times if I have the time to do it. And it's made it a lot tougher. And Jacob has told me you just need to go get an Elgato. You set up there, you stream it, you cut your video, it's pretty much made. So, hey James, how you doing, buddy? Thanks for stopping in. So now I got to get used to watching the computer over here where the stream is so I can see you guys type. Probably sometime this week I'll get the camcorder out and actually tape tape me doing all this so you get to see the bear cave and see the big 65-inch TV that I'm watching, and the 45-inch monitor on the computer, and the little laptop over here that's making everything work. It's kind of amazing. I'm in giddy mode, can you tell? So you guys ready? Yep. And we're gonna go get you a gold bar this time. And if you kind of look over their settlement, see there's two other blue things popped up at the settlement. And remember, you got a ton of stuff over at the mission to activate as well. But we'll go ahead and go to the bank's headquarters. Thanks for checking in with us, Cash. You're checking in before you go to sleep. What time is it where you are, James? So I want to thank everybody that watched some of my videos this week or heard personally and jumped on Man of War. We got him up to over 1,000 subscribers. So he was at 980, I think. So we got 15 or so people over there to join his YouTube venture. And the reason why 1,000 is so important is because until you get 1,000 subscribers and 4,000 hours of watch time, you're basically working for free for YouTube. So right now, like me, DJ SAS, so that's an Australian YouTuber that does a lot of videos. He's been like top busy dog these last 4 or 5 weeks. He's been kind of dominating my top 13 series that I track, and we don't get anything from YouTube at this point. So until we get 1,000 subscribers and get over 4,000 hours watched, then we go through a monetization process, and that can take up to. They said it can take up to 6 months to 6 to 8 months for them to go through each one of the videos and make sure that like we're not just copying somebody else's videos or copyright violations, stuff like that. Yes, I do. I actually have a few. I am a moderator on Kamikaze Van Doom's Discord, and we have almost just shy of 1,000 people on that Discord. Then my clan I have a clan Discord for the U.S. Army Infantry, and then I have one for the top 13 content creators, and that's mostly for other content creators to kind of have a discussion, even though we're not as big. I think there's nope, that's uninvaded. And then I have one Bear Essentials, but I really haven't been advertising that because most of the people I just get on Kamikaze's group, because that's a real great place to be because you can jump on there. It doesn't matter if you're console, if you're Xbox, PlayStation, or PC. You can jump on there and there's a category for you, looking for a group, looking for raid. Um, you can share your YouTube videos. You can share your funny stuff. And Kami's pretty loose on it. He said he's edited on so many other things he didn't want to tell people what they can do. It just um, as moderators, the only people that we've had issues with the people that really get toxic and start making things personal, because nobody needs that. It's all about fun. It should be about games. You get in there and start making be it toxic, and nobody needs that. You guys agree? But if you want to link to that Discord, I can definitely do that as well. And then once I get you on any of the accounts, then I can just link you to the other accounts as well. So why did I go back at old man's visa? I swear. Yeah, that's the same room we came out of, you guys. That's the second floor. Being just stupid. Yeah, and that's why I have such a long name. Me and Jacob were just talking about that earlier today. So, if you look up Bare Essentials, you'll find It'll hit if you go into Google and just put in Bare Essentials, you'll find Bare Necessities before you'll find my page. And it's not Bare Necessities. It's not Jungle Book. Awesome. Okay, so hold on. Come back here for a second. There's on invaded. There's a weapon cache or a different kind of cache. This one's a grenade cache. Now, again, when you get in the harder levels, when you open 10 of these cases like that, there's also a step up here to this panel right here, the secret panel. No, go ahead and step up to this panel. Step right up here. Right there. There you go. Hit the button. Grab key. That's going to get you into the vault. Now in invaded, there's a black tusk box back here, but this isn't invaded. But before you go down the elevator, we have a bathroom to go through. Yep, there you go. Awesome. Awesome. And tomorrow we get four more chances to get exotics. What color? Okay. I'm looking for a white one. They claim there's a white one out there. I got a green one, a pink one. Yeah, it's the straps. It's different. Like mine, I think I'm wearing a green one right now. Yeah, well, that's good. No, no, it's just an exotic. So it works with the skill build, and I'm running a healer build, which you heard Jacob say about basically he said that the Costa Kugo bag was a waste on a skill build, but um, you're better running off a thing called safeguard, which makes my heals twice as good. Well, my heals can heal for 1 million, and I don't think you guys have 1 million, so it doesn't matter at this point. But my Acosta Go bag, every 30 seconds, I can throw a hand grenade for free. So every hand grenade I throw every 30 seconds is a freebie, like this one right here. And when I do that, then it makes all the skills go a higher level. So now my heals are just gonna be like even more awesome. Well, that sounds good, seated. Okay, so you have a healer build, of course, is a medic that's doing what I'm doing. It's a skill build. So basically, what you have is you have skill builds, you have tanky builds, which are blues, and then you have, hold on, come back here. Hey, hey, come here, come here. That key you got upstairs in that secret room opens this right here. And also, don't run off before that. Now, these keys right here, you get down in the basement or in subways, but you get your gold bar over here. So you stick your nose right in this stack of money right here, and you'll get a gold bar. A butt dangly. I really wish I remembered who actually said that so I can give them credit. But Texas. Texas. Well, there ain't much in Texas except stairs and queers, and I don't see horns in you, boy. Come on, everybody knows that movie. No, I'm not being racist or sexist or anything else. I'm just quoting a movie. Full Metal Jacket, anyone? Yeah, it's kind of hard to believe that Arnie is not alive anymore. Yeah, I heal myself. Hey, no, make sure. Oh man, make sure nobody gets to that computer up there. That'll wipe us. Cover fire! Cover fire! Yeah, our hive's about ready to disappear too. That's not good. Yeah, it's all worn out. Be careful. Got about 30 seconds before you get it back. Yeah, so look at that. Okay, now we can get aggressive again. Healer's coming your way, Pro. Okay, did you hear what he said? I'll let you figure it out. That's got it. Yeah, red stuff means bad. Got a lock on the door. Shoot off. Pro, come back out of the elevator. Door has a lock on it. Not in this one. It's on evaded. Remember, the black tusk has the doggies. Yep. First time I did that invaded, a friend of mine, Locust Sniper, it's in my Legion, one of my oldest Legion clan members, said, "Hey, Bear, open that door." I did. That dog come flying out of there, and I about literally jumped out of my seat. Don't open that door yet. Ah, come watch the president. Yeah, watching. See, he was talking to that dude. He wasn't captained by that dude. He was talking to that dude until we showed up. Hey, I'm friends with a former president. He comes in and stops by on the streams every once in a while. Hey, there he is now. Hey, how you guys doing? I bet you miss me now that you got that damn Ellis. How you boys doing? Hey, did you vote for my wife Hillary last election? I'm glad she didn't make it. I didn't want to be in that White House any longer. Okay, Bill, get off. Get off the damn mic, Bill. He does make President Clinton even look good, doesn't he? Evil little bastard. Yeah. Now, when we do time trials, we got to wait for his pokey ass to get up here, get on his phone, and the time is just ticking away. Please and thank you. Careful, Slayer. You're going to get shot from across the way. They're going to be across the across the divide. Here they come. Pro likes the smell of napalm in the morning. Look at him just standing there. Nothing. I got Bear's heels to hell save me. He's sucking up all the heels just standing there. What up, Pro? Do you know that 50 cal can kill you just even coming close to your head? This supersonic percussion of the bullet, if it just even grazed past you, would do you harm. Technically, do you know that the when you're testing the Barrett, you're only supposed to shoot that damn thing 4 or 5 times a day because it can give you a concussion and give you brain problems. Yeah, it's a badass gun. Oh, the is that the one the Canadian Special Forces used for the longest shot? Yeah, the problem is you got to have that $5,000 fee to own one as a civilian, and then per weapon, and yeah. Well, I am actually currently trying to work on open up this door, not that door. Open up this first door in case we have to retreat in here. Now, see that countdown at the top, Pro. See the countdown because the other guys are picking things up. If they're trying up there trying to pick something up, we can actually suck them in by accident. But since they're taking their sweet time, I don't mind them getting sucked into this one. Oops, I forgot I'm a healer, not the sniper today. He was doing that earlier. Uh-uh. Uh-uh. Okay, sniper's in the window. Purple one's down in the middle. Red one's down on the right or left. Hey, look, I have my own little decoy. Now, you know you can disable the vibration on the Xbox controller, which being a sniper by trade, that makes a big difference because when you're trying to take a sniper shot and you're getting shot, and that damn thing vibrates, that's the difference between a headshot and a miss. So you can go into your UI settings and you can turn the vibration off. Plus, it also makes your controller last a lot longer by turning that vibration off. That vibration will mess up your controller. Yeah, it kills your controller. It shortens its life a lot. So does falling asleep with the controller in your hand and dropping it to the floor. Let's see, one, two, three, four controllers over there that are semi trash because I've done exactly that. That's what happens when you play this game 2,500 hours. Okay, so see, there's that so again. Let's go to the theater and clean up your theater. So you see the theater settlement. Got a bunch of people to talk to there. So you run up this ramp, and then you'll see everybody with a blue dot above your head. You get to talk to each and every one of those. So, Boeing, this would be a good time for you to take your potty break, your drink break, while these guys talk to all these guys. Just remind me in a short bit, I got to move my semi down to. Um, I park it at a John Deere dealership about 2 blocks away. But I don't like moving down there till after they're closed, so I don't get in their way. So in about an hour, I got to move the semi. I hold cardboard tubes for a company called Sunoco. Um, so think about like your toilet paper rolls, but imagine those be like 10 foot tall pieces of like um, Some of our tubes are used to wrap steel around. Like today, I went to a steel mill up by Lake Michigan. Um, uh, Tomorrow, I don't know what. I haven't looked at my assignment yet, but a lot of our steel mill, we have a lot of steel mills that we run to. Paper mills. We have one up in Michigan we run to. Yep. So they make the cores, the cardboard cores that they wrap the paper around. Our company make the company we haul for makes those, and then they load the semis up, and then they tell us where they go, and we back up to the semi at the plant and take it off. And for the most part, we're back home every day. We have one overnight run that's just south of Pittsburgh that we have to do, but I should be, and there's only three of us that have a sleeper, so we rotated between us three. But I've done like the last four in a row, so I could probably not do that for the next 3 months and get away with it. I've done my fair share. Okay, and then there's some down here. If you come over here, if, down in the hallway, looks like you. Yeah, pros found them. Who lost connection? Not did. Nope. We did have some We did have some customers in because a lot of our industry is vital. You know, because our paper, you need the paper to ship from Amazon. The plastic. Amazon's a big customer of that wrapping stuff. Even Sealed Air did shut down for a little bit. They make bubble wrap, big rolls of bubble wrap, but they did shut down. Nobody ever stopped me, no, but it was great going into 294 without traffic there for a few months, and even now, it's still not the way it used to be. One of the places I go is up there. What is that? You know, Chicago's nothing but a bunch of suburban little towns. Any, Anyway, it's just north of O'Hare, so I have to go on 295 right past 294 past O'Hare and all that, and I go up to um, trying to think of, it's up by Hoffman Estates, kind of up that way. Not quite that far, but kind of close. But it's just inside 294. Yeah, up by that way. Yeah, Prospect Heights. Yeah, all that. Anyway, um, I want to say, hell, I think I got the address here. Hold on. You know exactly what it is. Sealed Ellers and Hodgkins. Yes, I don't. Hmm. Huh. Huh. Yeah, I didn't have any problem. I was kind of expecting us to have some kind of card showing we were essentials, but nobody ever gave us any issues. Yeah. And it might have been if they were in law enforcement, the maybe the law enforcement said we don't want you doing something else to get you put in jeopardy and not be able to, because we haven't had anything. In fact, when everybody else got time off, we were still trucking and we were still working. There's your dark zone. Is there still a few things in here you didn't talk to? Yeah, you've already talked to her. Oh, you might have to do it. That's when you do the side mission. Got to go to jail and do a extra mission for her. Let's see. We got space administration. I think he's done that. You also know in this game there's a bunch of um, I can't think of the word, nods to movies, things like that. What do they call those? Yeah, having an old man disease today. Yeah, they say something like that. Anyway, like you can go down in the sewers, and the right sewer you can find the the it balloons. They all float down here balloons. They're there's actually a few of those sitting around. You can find an alligator in the subway. I mean, in the underground in the sewers. You can find an alien here. I'll see if I can show you the alien. It's kind of hard to. He's really hard to see because, of course, they'll deny he's here. You kind of have to keep shooting out a light to see him pretty good. But once you know how where he is and how to see him, you can show other people. You're locked out. What do you mean you're locked out? Climb, climb over the yellow where it's the yellow. Right here at the yellow. Yeah, always look for the yellow. Either you shoot it or you climb it. Or you're out running my green zone. Well, he'll either have a very long career of failures in this game, or he'll learn how not to face tank. Because I'll tell you what, there is no build, none at all, that can keep you from truly face tanking. Now, you can run a bulwark shield when you're up at a higher level, and you can build it where it's pretty damn spongy or tanky. But the bottom line is, it all the armor in the world will not save you from the bullets they fire at us. This is definitely shoot them and kill them before they kill you kind of game. And I hate to say it, my medic build isn't isn't teaching agent is not teaching pro very good habits because he's going to get used to having that kind of healing build around, and it's not that's not the normal. Stinger Hive. Okay, we're gonna go upstairs, guys. Pro upstairs. Yeah, and you would probably be doing the side missions, and then you would hit a plateau about 17th level, and you'd be like, "Now I gotta grind. I gotta do all these things." So at the next level, third level, we'll get to see the alien, hopefully. Um, I want to show you here in a second. There's a computer over here in the corner of it. So to get those extra things in the game, where is it? Where's the computer? Is it in the first row? There it is. Come over here. Hit that printer. Print your list out. So what that's going to do is it's going to give you basically like that. When we went through the very first mission, I helped you through, uh, and and I got that key that off the dead body that opened up the secret room in the hallway. That works the same way. That gives you a key later on that we're going to use. Okay, so we're going to come up here. We're going to clear the NPCs. Do not run ahead because the alien's in there. We need to see the alien, but we're also going to get gacked. If we go see the alien first, these guys will come up and shoot us in the back. So we're going to clear these guys out, but we're not going to go too far past that. So we can go see the alien. We can expose aliens on the internet. Yeah, see the number one son's on Xbox. Go say you didn't even know that guy was behind you, right behind you. Okay, now come with me. Come back here, guys. Come back here. Do not open that door. Okay, you're going to have to do this one at a time. You're going to have to stand right where I am. Stand right there in that corner and look toward that door. Hey, I mean, right here. You got to look right here, and you got to use a scope and look at that door. You see him? You see him, Pro? There you go. There you can see him. See him? There you go. Now you've seen the alien. There you go. Huh? Um, that there there are all kinds of secrets in this game they haven't told us about yet. Um, there is a hunter-like guy that you can make spawn by doing the hokey pokey, and it is Yannick the Beard. If you've ever watched State of the Game from Massive, he is the head one of the head programmers. And I guarantee if we went hunting for him right now, we would all die. We'd kill us all. And next satellite to the right or left. Left. C satellite. I'll give you cover fire. You guys can go ahead and man the satellite. No, you're kind of down there by yourself, lone wolf. Okay. So if you guys check out the old Hiller build that I have on there, and hopefully I'll get a new one up there here, like maybe today. Um, The guy on the cover is Ed Byers Jr. He was medic on SEAL Team 3. Now he's just a regular medic in the Toledo Hospital. But he was awarded the Medal of Honor for saving a doctor in Afghanistan. He was a doctor that was Doctors Without Borders, and the Taliban, knew he was an American, so they kidnapped him. And intelligence kind of figured out where he was pretty early on, and they knew he was going to get moved here pretty soon, or they were possibly going to, film his beheading. And so they sent SEAL Team 3 in to rescue the doctor. And the first guy, as they approached the compound at night, they got discovered. So the guy that was with Byers, they went running to the compound. The first guy got just blasted with the AK, and Byers ripped down the door. Yeah, you ought to read the write up. The man doesn't look like Billy Badass when you see him with his family, and he's only like 5'8" maybe. He's kind of a shorter dude, but he is all badass. Oh no, there's some. When I qualified for pararescue when back in 1983, I was the second one off the track and the third one out of the swimming pool. The problem is my calisthenics. You're supposed to have possibility of 0 to 80 points in calisthenics. I had 22. So by maxing out my run and my swim, it gave me 101 points, and you need 100 to be qualified to get to go to what is like buds training for PJs. And I qualified, but my drill instructor got a hold of the three of us that qualified. And he said he convinced me not to go sign my contract. He said, if you came in here for education, you ask them how much of an education you're going to get while you're while you're a PJ. He said the only people I encourage to be PJs are people that knew that they wanted to be a PJ when they came into the Air Force. So he pretty much did a good job of talking me out of it, and I'm glad he did, because the other two guys that qualified, I think one made it like 4 days, and the other one made it like 3 weeks. It's pretty much a waste of their time. So the guy that made it 3 weeks, he had a job he wanted when he came in the Air Force, but because he declined that to become try to be a PJ. When he got done with PJ, they sent him to cook school instead. So he was really hating life. He did not want to be a cook. So, boom, you got the controls up there for that one? I play Division Two, and when I get really tired of Division Two, I play this game called Division Two. And when I'm not doing that, I make videos about playing Division Two. And when I really get bored of that, I play a little PUBG. Then I go back to playing another game called Division Two. So you could say I'm pretty diverse in my gameplay. I got you. I got you. Quit your beeping. I hear you. You know, there's a cure of you being down there like that. That's not getting shot. Quit face thinking. So what's he do? He gets up and he face tanks. You're gonna have a very painful Division II career there, young man. And there are a lot of things in the game that really don't give you anything, but they're just something to do. Like there's a thing at Roosevelt Island where you light these candles, owl candles, and you do like laps around this whole mission. And each lap you light a different candle in a different order. And on the sixth lap, you get to go down and see the owl god. At least that's what I, yeah, that's what I call him. He looks like a little like church, and there's a big like 7 foot owl there. He tells you all about who he is, and that's it. No bonus, no patch, no accolade, no special weapon, nothing. Just a waste of 45 minutes of your life. Let me show you my surprise face. Froze down again. uh, Actually, that's my watch level, and I could tell you more, but then I would have to kill you. So after you get done with New York, we can tell you about the shade level. It's kind of secret till then. And seriously, it was a good secret. It, I kind of thought something like it was going to happen, but I didn't have the right person. And I actually thought the outcome of what we do in New York was going to be a little different. I did not expect us to have the conclusion that we did. So it was neat. That's something Massive did right this year. The I love the game, but the people that control the program this game have, I think, they've done their best almost to ruin it. They really screwed up a lot of stuff. Like we'll see here tomorrow morning how bad with TU 10.1. We'll see what they screw up because there'll be something screwed up. The guys they have doing some of the, yeah, there's a update tomorrow. So on a lot of loot on the upper levels, you can get your exotics on a lot of loot. But right now, if you go in to do a legendary and you're looking for the bighorn, the only drops in legendary, you can actually see an exotic and you're like, oh, that's going to be a bighorn. I've been looking for that. And you get up there and it's a friggin' chameleon, or it's a Sawyer knee pads, or it's a any exotic in the thing. So one of the changes tomorrow is going to be that the only exotics will be there when you open that cache is going to be either anything that's the allotted loot for that section, or like the bighorn. If you're doing a legendary, it's either going to be a bighorn, or if the allotted loot is a marksmanship rifle, it could drop the Manus or the Nemesis. But it won't drop Sawyer knee pads when you're in a marksmanship rifle loot area. Okay. You guys are going to make me play this different. And now I'm shooting green stuff at you and you're running away from it. Oh, these are killing me. I'll play healer like I'm supposed to be since he won't listen. Oops. No. Well, he's face tanking, man. Can't do that. If you're going to do that, run a shield. No, I'm not picking you up. No. Quit face tanking. No. You can beep all you want to. You're not getting picked up. You're going to learn your lesson. No, you can take your mods off. You can switch mods. Now, once we get up to you able to be control points, we'll want to do a lot of level 3 control points, and that'll give you um, more mods to put on your different weapons. Like right now, there's only so many mods you can put on each weapon for you because you haven't been able to craft those. And once you craft them, then you can once you craft them once, then you can put them on any number of weapons. So go ahead and hit your controls. Yeah, all done. So if this was real life, there was a point in my career that I would have been in close contact with the headquarters at Houston. Um, I was a supply NCO at a place called the Cobra Dane at the end of the world, called Shemya Air Force Base, Alaska. It's now called Erickson Air Force Station. And there was a PAVE radar that that's 350 miles closer to Alaska than I was. I got a picture of me standing beside a McDonald's sign that says 350 miles away, and that's back in Dutch Harbor. So, so there's some. So you have an Antarctica ribbon, or were you there long enough to get your Antarctica ribbon? Oh, I would love to have that. I think that's the most beautiful ribbon on. So so you were a polywog before you crossed the equator, right? Is that how it works? And then after you cross it, you're what, a turtle? Shellback. Yeah. That's what I was thinking it was. That's pretty amazing. Okay. So now, um, your choice: Potomac Event Center or Federal Emergency Bunker. Okay, after this one, I'm gonna have to take about a 15-minute break to move the semi, boys. How old's yours? How do you do it without them being able to go to school now? Awesome. So you're saying you guys like horsing around, huh? Oh, there's a, two of my favorite horse owners are there in Texas. Two of my favorite restaurant chains are in Texas. What what a burger! I did go to the tourist trap that is the Big Texan there in Amarillo. I did not eat the 72-ounce steak, or even try to. I did eat the 36-ounce prime rib that was just freaking awesome. That was like $36. That was a lot of steak. And we drove all the way from to California that day. But I had a student, so I wasn't me doing all the wheel time back then. Yeah, there's a few times I stopped in a Big Texan. If I had a good student and they were doing well, I usually treated them whatever they wanted there. $40, $50 steak. It's on me. That and some of the casinos actually, my favorite casino is not in Vegas. That it's Council Bluffs, Iowa. We had a buffet that was great. Oh yeah, yeah. It was. Yeah, it's. I finally got to Vegas after I'd eaten there, and I thought that blew Vegas away. There was a. It's like a horseshoe ring on the outside of the dining area, and it's got like Little Italy, and it's got all pasta, and it's got the Great West, and it's got steak and potatoes, and yeah, Chinatown's got all this, and then you got seafood. So you got your crab legs, you had your shrimp, it's all you can eat. So you prime rib, and I want it's not some little roast beef called pushed off as prime rib. It was prime rib, like pull it out, cut a half-inch prime rib steak off, and slap it on your plate. And every other month you could go in there, and if you gambled long enough, you got your buffet for free. So yeah, they would comp your meal after. It was usually about 45 minutes, casual play. Um, Now, if you played the roulette or craps or poker, it took you a long time to comp your meal. But then I ate at a steakhouse in Denver, which has unique stuff. It has like yak and rattlesnake and ate blowfish in Japan. Say what? Yeah, it's a 4 year degree for a chef to cook that one dish. Because if you don't do it right, it will kill you. I mean, a slow and painful death. And it's one of the few places in the world that can have their chefs prepare blowfish. Also, have well blubber that day. One of the Japanese nationals took me and my ex-wife. We were both stationed there. Um, in fact, we were stationed there together. That's how we met. We were stationed in Japan together, and he took us out. Huh. Yeah, I used to. We when we went to visit Fuji, Mount Fuji, Yokota, we would stop by. We would swing around the mountain and swing down to Kamakura Beach, and then on the way back we'd stop. I'd usually have to refuel for gas. Well, back in the '80s, a liter of gas was like the equivalent of about $5. That's a quart of gas for $5. So a gallon's like $20 if you bought it off a base. So well, yeah, but just having a decent price, because some of the stuff was very expensive off base. Yeah, crazy. Well, we kind of made a lot of money in Japan because when we got married and moved off base, the yen rate was 240 or 250. When we left Japan, it was 147. So we had the first and last month's rent already paid for, and we had to take advance pay, and rent was about $1,200 at the time. So when we got that yen rate exchanged back, that $1,200 turned into almost 2,000 times two. So just in the yen rate alone, um, of all that money that we got that last month, we had like 4 grand in our pocket. And for two airmen at the time, that was pretty good money. So when we got to DC, yeah, but we we were a married couple and lived off base, so yeah, we had some expenses. But we were both active duty, so we got HOLA and COLA and all that. So we didn't lose money like a civilian couple that only one of them's in the military. You would be paying out. You'd be paying a little bit out of your own pocket to live off base. Tokyo was expensive to live in, no doubt. In fact, now that I mentioned that, I, that that reminds me that my I don't know. That reminds me, my ex-wife is with my my oldest son in Indianapolis today. Just flew in. Yeah, that was going to hurt. Told you not to face take, man. I told you. If you see me hanging back, there's a reason. Well, we're also fighting it, even though it's up their level. We're only fighting at a level 24 level, and that's even being ramped up. I kill you. I didn't kill you. Ahmed kill you. You blow yourself up. You're the terrorist. I know you are. By the way, Pro Slayer, how do you have a Santa hat and you're only at this level? You played you played at Christmas and then didn't play at all for a while. I have gooks in the wire. I have gooks in the wire. See, he might be. I had a commander that tried to get me to be a. He tried to give me pull some strings when I before I took my reenlistment. The first reenlistment in the Air Force, you can change AFCs um, careers, and he was going to. He thought I would make a great U.S. Historian, and it's the only thing I regret not doing. I had a chance to go to the prep school at the academy. I had a chance to be special forces, um, which I don't think I would have made it. I'm not that kind of guy. I think that's right. Even though I say the drill instructor, it was cool to say I qualified. I qualified to take the next step, and I thought that was pretty good. But I was 154 pounds. I ran cross country in high school. I ran. I swam a lot and at summer camp. Taught all the aquatics at Boy Scout camp. I I had a I had all that, and I was actually one of the skinniest kids in my high school class, graduation class, and now I'm 340 pounds and old 55-year-old man. Me too. My youngest son is the only Eagle Scout in the family. All the rest of us made life. My dad, me, and my oldest son all were lifers, and the Eagle Scout is the only one that's got a conviction. So yeah, he had a little trouble when he came back from Afghanistan. I don't really believe it was his PTSD. He had some issues before. He just doesn't think about his consequences before he does stuff. Yeah, yeah. Well, my son has had a way to tell him that his mother, his dad, and his older brother didn't really serve because we didn't see combat. And I'm like, we're smart enough not to go in a combat unit. Not that I actually tried to pull strings to get the Desert Shield to get the Iraq and Desert Shield, but I actually I actually worked harder than the boys that went to Desert Shield, believe it or not, because during the parade, the Washington Hilton was mine on the ticker tape parade. Staff Sergeant Byers was in charge of the Washington Hilton. We're going to die. Yeah, and guess what? My my yeah, I'm going to die too. Well, we got overran, and we got one face tanker, and fire took out the rest. Pro, I keep harassing you, but I'm really serious. You gotta quit face tanking, man. A little less aggressive. This is a cover, loot, and shooter. This isn't a run and gunner. And you're going to have a very bad time if you keep that up. So when you're in cover, if you just aim your shoot, you can shoot from and still stay in cover. See, he ran right, and he ran right through the flames, right in front of him. So, so pro, I got to ask you a question. Are you just openly defiant, or you can't hear me, or you just don't believe what I'm telling you? Yeah, on that new Manus, you can know, just don't care. Oh, okay. There you go. Let's see if I can do this. It all depends what color it is. Because if it's a color I need, you guys can't have it. Here you go. Oh, here you go. I don't know if you guys can pick that up or see it. See if it'll let. Whoa! He stole it that quick. There you go. There's your first exotic. No, no, I don't. That's okay. Just hold on to it. You'll have your exotic already when you get there. It'll be a long time. Is a Costa go back? Pink one? I already had a pink one. I got a pink, a blue. Yep, yep, yep. They're just different colors. Um, in the exotics, you can't mod them. You can't give them a you can't mod them. Which I wish you could. Pro, did I hurt your feelings? Where are you, buddy? No, that okay. Okay, here you go. So you guys can see them because I'm carrying all of them. So here's the pink one. Here's the blue one. I can't see that. Okay, so here's the blue one. Um, here's the green one. Here's the pink one, and there's back the green. This green one has the best rolls on it, though. I haven't seen where the green gear is today, but again, once we get this mission done and I move the semi, we can we can get on that and farm some of that. Okay, they do, they do. We got yeah, we got a few different ones. Stay in the green, you get healed, buddy. Or at least come back to the green every once in a while and get yourself healed up. I mean, 40, 40th level is the highest you can get. Here he comes. Talk to Maya. Talk to Maya, guys. Okay, I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Um, check your settlements. Go to the White House. That'd be a good thing to do it about this time. It looks like you got two things at the Western Settlement Yeah, you got two things at the Western Settlement check-in, and I think you need to check at the White House, and you can upgrade some of your systems. And we'll probably have to go get you some the caches, start getting your stuff upgraded. Thanks for helping the young men, Bo. You good? I am back. I still there? Well, sometimes it don't take that long. It's only a few blocks. And I live by the Star Trek, Scotty philosophy. Tell them 15 minutes, take 5. They're never upset. If you tell them 5 and you take 15, then they're going to think you're a liar or can't keep your word. Okay, so where are we? Side missions or challenges? Oh, okay. Okay. We got Lincoln Memorial. We got Lincoln Memorial or Potomac Park. Here, Lincoln, waiting for you guys. What do you keep saying legendary P90 for? Yes, you have. Yep. you know the Lincoln Memorial got hit by anti-aircraft battery. Yeah, back in World War II, there was a anti-air gun on top of the old executive building, which is attached to the White House. If you look at the, if you look on top of each column, there's a state on each column. Um, Up there, there's a Reese, and over here, which you can't see, over here about right there is North Carolina. North Carolina got hit. There's a big chunk of the marble out because of that dumb butt that shot that gun and hit the Lincoln Memorial. Oh, that's the U.S. Soldiers Memorial. It's over there at the base of the tidal basin. It's half destroyed. It's most of it's blown up because that's the entrance. So you get to go to the tidal basin, which is kind of cordoned off like a dark zone. No, Arlington's on the other side of the river. We don't go on the other side of the river. I wish we did. That's one of my favorite places, Arlington Cemetery. Did a history thesis on them. I tried to prove that my theory was that the Robert E. Lee and Washington's were arranged marriage, which wouldn't have been out of the question at the time. It definitely wasn't a common practice, but wasn't a uncommon practice either. And since his great uncle and his actually the person that first suggested our independence was Richard Lee, which was Robert E. Lee's granddad, or it might have been his grand uncle. Either way, it's pretty close relation to him, and he grew up with the Custuses, which was George Washington's step grandkids, and she married so George Washington's great granddaughter, um, or should I say Mary Washington's great granddaughter, because actually George had no kids of his own. They were all Mary's kids from previous marriage, and Custis died. Mm-hmm. Mount Vernon. Yep. Yeah, it's big. So his basically his grandson his son that he raised as his own, which was Augustus, wanted a plantation like Mount Vernon, and he bought the land where Arlington is now, Arlington Cemetery, and his son started clearing and making the house at Arlington Hill. His son finished the house, and his daughter married Robert E. Lee. And because Robert E. Lee ended up fighting for the state of Virginia, he really didn't ever claim that he fought for the South. He fought for the state of Virginia. So when war was declared on Virginia, he fought for Virginia. And Montgomery Meigs, which was a classmate of his at West Point, took offense to that big time, and he was in charge of burying all the bodies after Bull Run and Manassas, which was only 30-40 miles outside of D.C. So they had about 40,000 dead to bury on both sides, and no, because That's not Grant's house. That was Robert E. Lee's house. It's called Arlington House, and it's actually, like I said, it's the granddaughter of George Washington had married General Lee, and because they had to find a place to bury all these bodies, and Montgomery Meigs was basically wanted to be a do a big fuck you to General Lee. He started burying the bodies in her rose garden right next to the house, and that's how Arlington Cemetery started. They confiscated the land because they said that he didn't pay the taxes. She tried to pay the taxes, but they wouldn't accept it because she was a female. And they wanted him to pay the taxes. Of course, they were going to arrest him because he was the general of the Virginia Army and they were at war with him. So if he would have showed up to pay his taxes, they would have arrested him for treason. So that's how they confiscated the land. Well, 110 years after that, just recently, like 1960 something, 1970 something, the Lee's finally, the descendants of George Washington and Lee finally won a lawsuit against the federal government for illegal occupation of their land. And it's not like they were going to undo Arlington Cemetery, so they got paid millions and millions of dollars for that land. And now Robert E. Lee's statues are being removed everywhere, because, and anything that has his name on it. And rightfully so. I mean, rightfully so. It was a trying time, and even though a lot of it was about slavery, it was not mostly. It was the initial thing from the South was not about defending slavery. It was about states' rights, about telling the federal government to go screw themselves, and the states can do what they want to do. It was the United States of America. It was not the America of the United States. And of course, that battle was kind of lost years before when Hamilton tried to make a federal road in what is now Ohio. And of course, it wasn't a state at the time, so who's going to pay for it? It wasn't a state, but all the colonies got revenue from everything that was coming out of the West, out of the Ohio Valley. So Hamilton made an argument that the federal government should pay for it and the federal government should tax it to get the funds to develop it. And that was the beginning of the Federalist movement. Up until that point, there was no federal taxes. There was nothing that it was a small government. Um, and the states ran the day-to-day things from, there's a box back here, guys, ran the day-to-day government, and it was all in the hands of, and there's a butt dangly right here. Kind of. Yeah, I think it's a Lincoln bust or something. Right here. Stick your nose right there. Get it? Right here, pro. There you go. Yes. Hold on. Shoot the yellow box. There's a lot of yellow boxes here. You need to learn how to shoot. Okay, that opens this gate, and then you can open up everything in here. Did you get all that picked up? Okay, the next yellow box is on the wall right here. See the box? Okay, so now you go backwards through this gate right here. Again, remember, just go with the biggest number. And uh, wait a minute, I think is there something over here? No, that must be invaded. Yellow box. Yellow box. So go through the door, turn left. No, it's all cosmetic. Find you. No. Now you can shoot each other out of the foam, so you can shoot the foam underneath your partners and get them out of the foam. You can also press and hold the X, and that'll break you out of the foam too. Come back to the green zone. No. I'll move it. I'll move it up a little bit. There we go. Get over to the green zone. Okay. Yellow box. Right there. And the room's right here. Go to your left. Open the box. No, your left. One left. Go that way. Open the name box out there. Um, High possibility later on that's where you're going to get some of your exotics at. Okay, come on over here. Ready? Got one over there in the corner. Okay, now over here in the corner, you can turn on the computer, but over here in the corner, okay, see there's a lock gate right here, and there's stuff behind the gate. So what you do is how you find these things is you follow the cords. So the cord leads to the yellow box right there. And you go back there, and the door will be open. So that's how you figure out where the yellow boxes are if you don't know. Just find the door that you want open, and if there's a cord, follow the cord back to its source. And then, of course, you turn on the computer here. Always, Jordy. Always have room for you, buddy. Hey, Jordan. Just helping some basic guys with their leveling up or getting to the real world. And by the way, if you go on Twitter, you can watch yourself live. I mean YouTube. It's on YouTube. I got my Elgato so I can stream now. Pretty easy to figure out. It's pretty much plug and play. Exotics will be red. And I think the only exotic you're going to be able to get dropped now is the Costa Go bag. I may be wrong. You may be able to get them 30 level ones. I want to toss it up here to you. Oh! So, Pro, you got everything picked up? I sold that on the slight delay on YouTube. Looks like we finally get to Potomac Event Center. Otherwise known as John Fitzgerald Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. And for you that don't know your history, you might know of Watergate scandal that brought down Richard Nixon. This weird shaped hotel over here on this side of the building is the Watergate Hotel. And that hotel in 1972 was on the third or fourth floor. If you watched Forrest Gump, was the headquarters for the Democratic Party, and somebody broke into it during the election, basically trying to figure out what they were going to say or do, or what evidence they had on Nixon or whatever. And that was the beginning of the Watergate scandal. And that's basically what the Watergate scandal was all about, was a break-in of the Democratic headquarters. And And what got Nixon in trouble is that he basically lied and then he destroyed evidence because every conversation that happens in the White House is taped by the White House Communications Authority, which is a joint services. In fact, we have a member of our clan that actually works at White House Communications. His name will go unsaid. Not always. Well, we've been live for 3 hours now. You're going to Potomac Event Center. Okay, since you're there, go ahead and visit those guys. And me and Jordy can start this mission for you. You can join whenever you need to, as long as you're there by the end. You'll get credit for it. Join when you can. Help, just respawn. Just respawn and then come where we are. Respawn, pro, please. I think that's 35 times or something like that. I'll tell you in a second when we're not shooting things. I like the rifles because not only does it hit them, if you notice, it staggers them. So when they get hit by a bullet from a rifle, they stumble backwards, and they can't return fire when they're getting shot by a M1A or something like that. So it kind of works like a stun grenade in a way, and it's hard for them to return fire. Oh yeah, that's a nasty little. So another thing that I probably haven't told you about, when you kill the controller of like a turret, the turret will turn against the enemy. Now, I'd love to say if you kill the controller of those RCs, it would turn against them, but it doesn't. It just explodes. So, like right there, you killed the controller of that RC, so the RC exploded. Always Clint. Wait till you start getting into millions. What's going on, Pro? Who Pro? Yeah, bulwark shields. If you're going to be tanky, that's the way to be tanky, I guess. Um, there's a new armament that came out with this last raid called Bulwark, and that is really really good. Step into the green zone for a second, Pro. Pro, step in the green zone for a second. Recharge your. Well, you make your own green zone, but mine heals you a lot quicker. Watch. Having fun with that gun? Yeah, we're clear. When you get up here, we can push the button. Step forward, Pro. Pro, step forward, please. Hey. Thank you. You did. Heart locked him in. That's one of my favorite parts of the game is sinking the ships. I love to watch them go glug glug glug. Oh, they built the ship Titanic to sail the ocean blue, and they thought they built a ship that the sea would not. I forget how it goes. It's old Boy Scouts camp song. Yeah, got people behind us. Glug glug glug. They had Geico. You got a dead body up here. Hmm. I didn't know that was there. How many times I've done this damn mission? Hmm. Well, you showed me all kinds of things that you've been missing. Now, the real name of this place is right up here on the wall. As you walk in and you look at that beautiful wall. It says John Fitzgerald Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts, right there inside the wall. Potomac Event Center. Probably somebody that programmed the city named it something different because they thought they were going. Somebody said, "Well, we're going to give all the stuff in there different names, fictional names." And then whoever made the building inside called it by its real name. And one didn't correct the other because they were probably made in two different studios. Because the making of the game and the mapping of the game was probably done, I think, by 6 or 8 different studios. And then Massive just maintains the game, the day-to-day operation of the game. That's why I believe that Ubisoft has put Massive on a short lease on this game. Are not happy with. I don't think they're very happy with Massive how they maintain the game. About 4 or 5 years. That's why they're already working on play Division 3. They have to be. Um, the rumor's been London. I have one kid on here just the other day that said his daughter worked at some studio and it was going to be in the Hamptons in New York. And it was almost believable until he started telling me about the exotic weapons that he got from the raid and the exotic equipment that he could run the gears and the legs. And I'm like, okay, so you've got equipment that nobody else in the game has even talked about. And I'm a content creator and I monitor all these guys every week and they haven't mentioned one word of it, but you have it. No. Here, yeah. Well, they it, I actually thought, yeah. Well, you're going to make me say things that I'm not supposed to say yet. You got a lot to look forward to in the game on storyline, so let's leave it at that. Don't get me babbling about the story game, or I'm going to blow the ending for you. And it's worth the wait. It's I I I thought it was one of the neater part of the games. Definitely a neater part of the New York expansion. Now you do have the New York expansion, right? Oh, okay. I was going to say because you know you can just skip right ahead to New York and be 30th level like today. But I wouldn't do it on your first character. Once you get your first character up and you buy the New York expansion, then I would make a second character and make it 30th level, and then you have two guys that all you got to do is finish New York, and you'll have two accounts that's done with New York. And there is definitely an advantage of running multiple characters. You get more loot per week. You can do more stuff. Oh, I realized which map. The mask I'm wearing. I'm not in the character I thought it was. That's from the raid. That's from the newest raid. That's one of the rewards for completing the newest raid. It's a welding mask. I thought it was a. I got lucky enough that a team that do a lot when they got to the final boss, they called me in and I finished it. We farmed the final boss three times. I have yet to go from beginning to end in the raid yet, but it shows that I have three completions. But that's kind of a cheating way to say it. Oh, now we get Mrs. Lazy. I thought you were dead. I wasn't going to cheer at all, lady. I'm kind of upset you're alive. Um, it's not like somebody's telling me what to do and how to do it. It's as a YouTube content creator, you create your own content. There's some guys that just cover the dark zone. A lot of those guys can be quite toxic because they're all about beating up other people, and they're you know I'm better than you, and so I should have everything you have, and it's a different kind of area. And then there's other people that really try to, I think, create a channel that tries to help the average player, and I've tried to do that. One of the unique contents that I've tried to do is using my love of just keeping track of stupid statistics. What I do is I compile what each creator has done that given week. So starting last night, I started tracking what everybody did last week from Monday morning till Sunday midnight. And what I do is I compile all their videos, put them in different categories like a guide video or build video, a video about how to do the raid, or a video how to do the hunter mask. And those get higher points than say somebody like right now we're streaming. This would only be 2 points because it's not it's not requiring me to do anything except turn the damn computer on with the right equipment. So why should I get any kind of real points for that? But somebody can watch this for the last 3 hours and maybe learn something, hear me talk or whatever. So I mean, it's not worthless, right? Right, but it's still not as much as a video that you have to make all the graphics and the powerpoints and do research and get the right weapons, and there's no reason that this should count as much as that, especially when I can do this 3 or 4 times a day and and do 20 videos a week. Now, I've also limited that anybody that streams, they only get credit for the full credit for the first 10 videos they do a week. Then the next 5, they only get 1 point. Then after anything after that, they don't get anything. So, meaning that you can't stream an hour at a time for 50 hours and have 50 or 100 points. Nobody would be able to compete with that. And it's about content. It's not about being a streamer, and there's a difference. To me, a content creator should be able to explain the game, or to be able to show the game, demonstrate the game. Some just show off the game. Wids, one of the biggest content creators, volume-wise and popularity-wise. If you watch one of his videos, he explains a lot of stuff, but it's from the aspect as, if you watch your videos, you should make your own opinion. But to me, Wids comes across too many times as, look at what I can do. I can do this in 10 seconds. I can kill this with this. I can do this. It's not, I can show you how to do this. It's not about that. It's about showing off what he can do. And I think that cheapens what a content creator is. And the bottom line is, we're journalists. We didn't go to school. A lot of us didn't go to school per se, but we're taking the time. Basically, if this was a TV studio, we're making news. We're taking clips, we're editing them, we're putting editorial or comments on them. It would be like a mini studio. That's what content is. We're like a news reporter. We're telling, this game is doing this and it's good. Check it out. This game stinks because of this. And there's a lot of negative comments out there, that will tell you how bad the game is. And there's things about the game that definitely need improved. And there's some things about the game that is just not right, what they did or how they did it. Well, the first thing is get good at the game. Now if you want to make a stream, if you want to become a streamer, yeah, it just takes the equipment. That's all. It doesn't take a lot of equipment to get it out there, but sometimes it takes a little equipment. Like my Elgato cost me $180, but it's just simplified my life so much. Just like Jacob told me 6 months ago, get an Elgato. I'm like, man, I can't afford that. So I tried to go a cheap route. Well, that didn't work right. So that was just, tried to go a cheap $40 route, and I couldn't even make it work right. And this one, I literally plugged one in this way. I plugged this part into a UPC that goes in my computer, into my laptop. I plugged this in that goes from my Xbox, that in that goes to the TV, and I was broadcasting. It was that easy. Go into YouTube, say, boop, broadcast. And there I was. So 5 minutes after, well, we took a break. I got done after lunch. I seen a box on the front porch, pulled it up, opened the box, set everything up in less than 5 minutes. And I've been waiting for that. And it was so easy. Now, how to take that and capture it and then modify it and make it into other videos, I'm going to have to learn how to do that. So you didn't hit anybody. I saw you duck and cover more times than not. Poor Pro Slayer here almost lost his life 40 times, and you didn't do nothing but hide, wench. Okay. Again, and I'm sure you've played other games. Just if you want to stream, stream, and if nobody watches, just practice like you got a million watchers. And when you're going to have to hone your craft, and you got to start. If you want to be big by next year, you better start now, getting people, one at a time. So go to the settlement. Let's see. I don't know if you can fast travel, so I'll go to the castle, which is the Smithsonian headquarters. And then maybe we can do some bounties or something. I can go there. Okay, come right. Yep. Pro, come over here. Don't go in. Go around. Yeah, there you go. Go down there and talk to Kelso. You coming? No. Hey, tell me how noisy this is going to be when I turn this on. See if I got to die in heat or I can actually stay cool. Does that make too much noise? Good. It's just getting pretty warm in here. Between a computer, PlayStation, and laptop, and 3 TVs, and getting pretty hot. It's high 80s out there today. What? 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 Why are you shooting me? Pro's being silly. I don't see him typing anything if he wants to tell me something or if he wants to do something. We're actually waiting for you to get here. Well, once we get to the capital, it'll all turn red again. And then you'll do it unread, and then it'll go to World Tier 5, and then it'll turn all red again. Yep. You must have fast tracked them, Jordy. Jordy's out running out in the street. Come on. Yep. Come on. What are you doing? Come on in here. I don't know. Maybe because he's. Can you go down there and talk to her? or because he did, you don't have to? Okay. Good. Now we got a new mission. Now we can do Jefferson Plaza. Then we should be able to be real close to start doing side missions at that point. Right. But again, that's why I don't get very many points on my top 13. And it's one thing as a content creator on my own thing that I was lacking because I really couldn't stream. I could stream for like 2 minutes at a time. That really isn't a stream. Who wants to watch that? People don't watch streams very much anyway. GC Rock has his clan does streams. They're called the Second Wave. They call themselves the Second Wave, and they do about anywhere from 10 to 20 streams a week, just doing what we're doing right now. They just record a few hours twice a day, and because they're actually a clan, they sometimes they have multiple people doing it. They have one guy doing maybe a raid stream, and another guy doing a legendary stream, somebody else doing well, I can check and see to do that, and now that I have this, maybe that does that. And I tried to do that before, but it only would let me record like 10 minutes at a time. So, and again, a lot of that's just old man's disease. Something new is kind of hard to get the hang of it at the beginning. Once I get the hang of it, it'll be easy. Well, my boys showed me early on. I had um, my youngest son wanted me to play the game, but it was my oldest son that actually helped me level up a little bit. And then actually, people like Jordy here and Sniper, a guy by the another English guy that don't play anymore called Sky Blue. Um, us guys played a lot together, and we were like this. We were like your level when I first met them, or just a little higher than that. And we grind through all the changes and all that together. And I see it with a lot of people. You know, look at Jacob or talking to him earlier. You know, he was named off all those names, and they played together on all kinds of games. And a lot of those guys started in other games, or they started in Division One together, and now they play all kinds of different games. And you know, now they're traveling halfway around the world to see each other. Well, that's the amazing thing about this game. Unless you get bored with it, the game never ends. You just can repeat processes. And again, if you're helping out, how I keep myself from being bored is I help other players. I help my clan. I try to learn new things. Um, when the leaderboards were looking, I found out that hey, I was doing pretty good on headshot kills, so I even concentrated on it even more to be higher up. And I know there's some people that use the leaderboards, and they'll have people, they'll have multiple accounts, and they'll just have their own guys get in there so they can shoot their own guys, and, pad their points or stuff like that. And I've got pretty decent. I met Tom. I met Mr. Clancy at the Pentagon City, the Pentagon Mall, at the Stars and Stripes bookstore, 1988, summer 1988. I think the book that came out that year was Cardinal of the Kremlin, if I remember right. And I was doing the supply point inventory in the basement of the Pentagon. If we run DARPA labs, I can show you right next to the room I was in, which is actually a briefing room for the generals. So each morning, the generals of the commands go down and they get a briefing of what's happening in the world. Very classified thing. And I was told, I called them up and said, hey, here at Bowling Air Force Base, we have now separated from Andrews, and we showed that you haven't had an inventory done in about 7 years, and that's about 5 2 years too long. So I need to come and do an inventory. And we're like, you don't have a classification to come here and do an inventory. And I said, well, okay. Then I will send a semi over to the docks. Please load those supplies up on our truck, and we'll bring them back here to the base. And every time you need one, you have to come across and fit all the DC traffic and come get a part from Bowling Air Force Base. And they were like, that ain't going to ever happen. I'm like, well, one of the two things are going to come happen. You're going to find the ability to have me come inventory those parts, or we're getting our parts back. One of the others, because those parts, until you use them, is property of my commander. And if those parts ain't there, or they're not inventoried right, or there's a bunch of parts missing, it's his ass. He's the one that gets he's the one that gets retired. He's the one that gets the stuff. And I'm not going to let my commander, that's my job as a staff sergeant, is to protect my commander and protect my superiors. And that is their responsibility as chief of supply. and you need to capitulate, or we're coming to get our parts. So they gave me a little bit more run around, and I talked to their superiors, and they were like, "Okay, we'll set a time up that you can come over because we definitely don't want those, you know, 10 miles away in DC traffic when we have to have, when we have to have a briefing 10 minutes from now, we have to have these all this stuff working for a briefing for the generals. We need it fixed now, and we need our parts here now." I said I don't have a problem with that, and it's not a threat. It's just it's an either or thing. It either has to be this way or that way, or you can call the president and you can have the president, make some kind of special authorization that relieves my commander of all responsibility of this stuff, and you can play it however you want to play it. That's your other option. But good luck with that. Well, I hope we return to a normal position where we have baseball and we have that as an option because right now it's not looking good for nobody. And so, did any of you, including Jordy, did you hear about the news that I seen today? There's a new virus coming back, and the Chinese say it's even worse than COVID 19, more contagious, and it's showing up in the Thailand. No, they're just saying that the COVID. No, there is some cases of black plague that's hit the United States, but there always is bubonic plague and black plague. Yeah, they're so again. It who knows? Who knows what people are doing these days? And again, even though I'm a wannabe preacher, it doesn't mean that it definitely has got me wondering how much longer this earth really has. Not to be a doomsday guy. Did I lose everybody? Anything you need to work on today, Jordy? Remember, tomorrow there's going to be a lot of changes. Now, the only good thing that I know so far is, and the Pure Prime did an excellent job on explaining it. Um, the allotted loot tomorrow, if it works right, I'm kind of concerned if it's going to work right. So when you go in to do a legendary and you see an exotic drop, that exotic drop, the way they have it, they say it's going to be programmed as of tomorrow. That exotic is only going to be one of two things. It's either going to be a bighorn or it's going to be something that was a lot of loot for that mission. So if it's a marksmanship, a lot of loot, there's only three things that item's going to be if you see exotic. It's going to be a bighorn, it's going to be a manus, or it's going to be a nemesis. It's not going to be ninja bike knee pads. It's not going to be a Costa Go bag. So it's right now when you go in there, it could be anything in the exotic pool loot. You know what I mean? Oh, we haven't destroyed one of the tanks. It's like, why is it not doing that? There we go. There we go. I just didn't destroy that last tank. Realized what? Yeah, you don't want to get that toxicity. Okay. It'll kill you dead. This is Lincoln Plaza. Basically, it's what this is what this is it's the Pentagon City Mall is what it is in real life in Arlington. Even though that's on the opposite side of the river, but that's what it's supposed to be. Coming toward it. Billy, don't be a hero. It's war, boys. Going to the big boss. Uh, he's a Mormon. Be careful. There's a lot of contaminated stuff. Be careful. Things don't react well to bullets down here. I don't do a great Scottish accent, so I know you guys probably didn't get that one. It is a Tom Clancy movie. That's a hint. That was pretty. Yes, same guy played a Highlander. Well, he played in Highlander. He wasn't a Highlander. He was. He was. I've never seen that. Oh, probably not my kind of movie. I'm not a big Will Ferrell fan. I often am staring blankly at the screen when everybody else is laughing. Yeah, golf was started in the United Kingdom, Scotland. British Open. Yeah, they got beautiful golf courses. I did when I was in the military. There's two beautiful courses at Andrews Air Force Base. I played every Thursday. It shot 100 every year, every game for 2 years straight. Could not break 100. I would come in the last hole 93 and shot seven. I would come in the last hole and have 96, and I would birdie the last hole. I shot 100 for intramural league. They gave me a special award for it. They were like, we do not believe that he shot 100, but he plays with 8 people every week, and every week he lists the same score, the most consistent golfer in intramural sports in AFDW. I also won Sportsman of the Year that year. For I got the plaque to prove it. Oops, sorry, I destroyed those. Sorry, Jordy. I'm running around destroying everything, not thinking that because these guys can't. Yeah, these guys can't use the 40 levels. Yeah, but we'll, we'll have better stuff for them by then. But you're right. I should have. I should have. I should have just let them have it instead of destroying it. Hey, Clint, you've been with somebody 3 different times and they shot a hole in one, and you were with him every time. Wow. My my dad got one in the city tournament, and he's he's about a 20 handicapper when he played. Yeah, I was caddying for my dad in the city tournament. I was, I think, 13, and his he kind of chili dipped a 7 iron, and it hit the top of the green, and the green sloped away from the tee box anyway, so it hit the top of the green, bounced straight up in the air, hit the front of the green, and rolled away. And it was rolling pretty good. And he said, "Did you get a spot on it?" I said, "I think it rolled off the back of the green." And the other guys go, "Yeah, I think your son had a good spot." So we went looking for the ball at the back of the green and couldn't find it. And he said, "Tom, do you mind if I putt out?" And he says, "No." So he's like, one of the guys that put a shot about 4 feet away from the hole. So he taps in his putt, and he goes, "Tom, were you playing a Titleist 3?" He's like, "Yeah." He said, "Congratulations. Come here." He came to the hole, and there was his ball in the hole. Yep. And my grandfather got his hole in one out in San Diego like 6 months before he died of cancer. So I guess I probably should take up golf again and make it a 3 generations until I get a hole in one. But at 55, you know, fat down the shape. Golf's probably not. Uh, my my grandfather, like I said, he was probably about 60 pounds underweight and about this age when he got his. But again, you got to play it to get one, and I haven't played golf in years. Okay, it looks like you need to go to the settlement again. It's got a little thing above it. Um, we may be able to do Roosevelt Island. We got to run the whole mission. It's probably one of the longer missions. Yeah, you got to do all the three major strongholds to get to. Yeah, I think it's going to let us do it. So as soon as you guys get done playing in the White House, you can join me. We'll get this done. Get you another level, and then I'm going to let you just do your side missions. Get all your side missions done, and you should be able to do the Capitol building. And I can work on a few of these videos while you're doing that. How's that sound? Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, yeah. It's a double edged sword. The person that the love of my life gave me this nickname because it can be a bear some days to live with. And between Corona and isolation, and she thinks I ought to be doing better things, productive with my life, but she thinks I'm ignoring her. But she don't want me to do anything with her because of Corona. And yeah, we just pretty much we don't see each other anymore. I'll have to totally catch her wrath one of these days and make a video show you guys how beautiful she is, how much out of my league I was to begin with, to even be blessed to be with her for 11 years. It definitely didn't help when our kids started dating each other. Okay, so my son is 31. Her daughter was going to produce. She was 2021. So after my son got it done in Afghanistan, of course, his wife was not behaving herself when he was off fighting war. So he came back, tried to make the marriage work, but it just wasn't working. And he had his issues and anger issues, and he he did things to end his own marriage, but she was being kind of floozy to begin with. So she ended up having a baby by somebody else that was in one of the other units. So that was the end of that marriage. Even though he didn't get divorced for another 6 years, he was pretty much divorced. So during this process, he had taken my dad's credit card to pay his rent, utility, and overdrawn my dad's thing. So he ended up with a felony record for that. And so he had some issues going on. Anyway, he'd moved out of state to where his mom and her family was kind of taking care of him. So his uncle was taking care of him, but basically he pissed off his uncle enough that he moved back to Indiana. Well, he was living with a high school friend of his, and which was real close to my work. And I was like, man, my son's only, I could pass my son any given day. And Christmas was coming up. This is about 3 years ago. I convinced the girlfriend to, let me, bring him home on the weekend or something for the holidays. I did a few times, and I would pick him up for the weekend and let him spend time because we were all, me and her were living together at the same time. And so there came a point where he made up this story that his roommate needed him to move out because it was just they were going to find a place that was just for the roommate and his girlfriend. Well, what had happened was he'd stole off Brandon and he told Brandon to move out. That was the real deal. And in the process, he was going to move in with us, and I didn't have no say so in it. And come to find out that the her daughter and my son were dating each other at the time. So he moved in. So he was living with my girlfriend, her daughter, me, all in the same house. And there wasn't long enough till it was those three against me. And they were like, "You don't never believe Brandon and all this." And I mean, there was times he was playing what's that game where you got one lane on the outside, the jungle in the middle, League of Legends. He's playing League of Legends, and I went into my bank account, and I'm like, I am $800 shy. There's like $50 missing out of my bank account on a weekly basis, and so I find out what the transaction was. It was to League of Legends. So I confronted him. I said, "You already got in trouble doing this kind of stuff to your grandpa, and he had to prosecute you because he didn't have the money to cover it, and it's the only way he could, not afford to be in the poorhouse." I said, "So," I said, "just because I have 5 grand in there doesn't I'll give you permission to steal off me. I didn't steal off it. It got hacked. You gave me permission to use that for $50. Yeah, the first $50, not the next 800." So the girls, they defended him and were like, "Well, he got hacked. He got hacked." And well, I come down to, no, he didn't get hacked. He just So after a while, I just said, "Okay, I've had enough of this," and I moved out. Got my own house, bought my own house. Said, "You guys can fend with it." And so they, all three of those lived together for a while until Brandon had a temper tantrum one day and slammed the girlfriend down, not my girlfriend, his girlfriend, and broke her collarbone. So when she goes to the hospital to get the collarbone, of course the ER goes, "How'd this happen?" No, she told the truth. She couldn't lie. Cops are right there. So that's domestic violence. And since there's a hospitalization, there's no way, not in Indiana, you can't say, "Well, I'm not pressing charges." Charges are pressed by the cops in the hospital. It has nothing to do with them. Plus, her real dad you know, one, for one, it was my son, and I'm dating his ex-wife, so he's not happy with that to begin with. So it was a bad situation. So that caused us a lot of problems for a few years, and we've never recovered fully from that anyway. But the isolation from Corona, and she would call me up and say, "Hey, what are you doing? You're not answering your phone." "I'm just playing my game." "Well, that's more important to you." I'm like, "You tell me you want to do something. I'm there. I'm there, baby. You want to do something?" "No, but I want you to be available if I call you instead of ignoring me." "I'm not ignoring you. I got my headset on. I did not see the phone light up. I was in my semi all day. Couldn't talk to you all day. You were sleeping. You were doing whatever. I don't get upset. I don't accuse you of cheating on me or anything else." "Well, of course I'm not cheating on you. I got the kids here." And that, if you were dating somebody else, do you think your daughter would tell you, "No, don't cheat on Tracy"? No, she loves her mom. She's going to take your side no matter what, and I respect that and understand that. So one day she just said, she tried to contact me. I think I was in the middle of a raid, and she left me a message. "I'm not texting you again." I said, "Okay." So I just thought that kind of meant for the night that she was upset with me. She would want to try to text me again that night. Nope, she meant forever. Wouldn't that be funny if she was watching my stream right now? Oh, no, not about sympathy. Just is what it is. There's worse things in life. There's people dead in life. There's people that can never, you know. What? Yeah, that would be funny. Why are you telling all our stuff to the public? Like, it would be awesome though in a way, but it wouldn't be. I don't miss her complaining a lot, or every time I let her down, you know. It's not like I cheated on her or nothing, or. But I'll tell you and all the YouTubers right now, if she called right now, this YouTube would be off in a heartbeat. Throw you guys under the bus in a heartbeat. Exactly. That's why when some people try to explain to me, oh, the wife's getting, I really got to go. You should already be gone now. I understand. But the, the friends I've made here in this game, some of them are really great. One of them's right here. Jordan is just like awesome. Maybe once the corona gets cured and everything, I always maybe I'll finally make it to England. Say hi to Jordy. When I was married, I was stationed in Alaska, and my ex-wife, got stationed in Korea, and for a year. So we were doing concurrent remotes, so we get them out of the way. Marriage didn't survive that year apart, but our next assignment was supposed to be in Alconbury, England. You know where that is, Jordy? Alconbury, RFA. I think it's up by Thetford, maybe. I think it's kind of more close to Scotland. Is that where you are now in California? Yeah. Finally ready to pop in, are you? Hey, Jordy, come over to the green, man. He'll get right up. Oh yeah, the hive is definitely good. Sorry, Shaggy Baggy, we're not joining your group right now. Um, like on the raid and stuff, that's almost required. We used to run the first raid. Um, Raging would basically say, if you don't want to You can listen to me and run what I asked you to run, or you can go do it yourself. No, Shaggy, not going to play. Yeah, it just gets better as your skills and um, your skills get better. Makes your hide better. That's all. You really don't upgrade your skills. They just get there as you get better. And when you get to the level where you're using your watch level, which is so again, you're going to make me say too much, but you asked me what my level is. That it's almost 1100. That's 1100 levels after New York. So after you complete New York, you're going to start at one in a way on your watch, and your watch gives you bonuses up to 1,000 levels. No, well, yeah, yeah. Well, no, everything's here. So score 40. It's just the stats on it aren't very high. There might be 10%. It might only be 10% of the maximum. But the harder you play, and the update that's coming tomorrow, when you play the real hard difficulties like legendary, that stuff is going to actually be a little harder tomorrow. But the rewards are going to be higher rewards. They're going to be 80, 90%, 100%. Triple god rolls. They're going to be better stuff, which is what we've asked for a player base. There's no reason we should. We asked that if we do a legendary, we shouldn't see any purple gear. You know, we should have passed purple gear a long time ago. It's the hardest content to run in the game. There's no reason that you should run a raid and see purple gear, or legendary and see purple gear. When only 1% of the people can do it, it should be the best content there is. And so it seems that, again, they're listening to us and they're getting some of that stuff done. Sometimes it's a little too late. And like right now, as I'm tracking the content that was made this last week, it is the worst it's ever been. We have guys that's on the top 13 every week or most every week, and they've made one video or no videos in the last week. Um, the average, like the week before, the average to be on the top 13 was 20 points. And I went through about a third of the guys, and there's only three guys that have, there's like two guys that have 24 points and one or two that has 20. Even me, I only had 13 points. I only made a few videos last week because I was doing the raid, I was doing other stuff, trying to put together a better system. There's a lot of people that's on vacation. Just, and it was the same way about this time last year. August, early September, the game was in a flux that people were like, "Is the game on its last leg?" And I think it's the same way this year. The Master takes about a month off, so I assume there'll probably be big content around September, about the time that the end of the season's done. I think there'll be some really big content like the skyscraper. Hopefully, the skyscraper will be out, and I think that will be something. So the concept of what's going to come there is the skyscraper is going to be a replayable content that has 100 floors, and you um, every 10 floor your progress is saved. So say you die on the 11th floor, you will go back to the 10th. If you die on the 10th, 9th floor, you will go all the way back to the first. and there'd be 100 floors of the skyscraper. And as you go up higher, it gets harder and harder and harder. And of course, the rewards should get better and better and better. Yeah, kind of. It'll be it'll be something like they've never had before, but it'll be kind of like survival. But they said it's not going to be like anything that was in Dead One. It's going to be something totally unique, and we'll see if that's what because people have been wanting some kind of content that is replayable, and the games that really do really well are games that you can almost turn into an e-sport. If you can turn it into e-sport, it's going to be good. You know, uh, the problem is making an e-sport that isn't like so many others. You don't want to do a battle royale. There's too many battle royales out there. You know, the 4 versus 4 is so toxic and so small of a map. You know, if they could have a way to have a major war like eight man teams, um, that would might be good. But then you're right back into almost like a battle royale kind of thing. So I don't know, but if they ever made something where it was a competition where you could have a champion or a something like that, I think that would not only save the game, it would vault the game up into one of the most watched, most played games out there because the game's good in its aspect. It they just need to work on taking the bugs out. Like I say, how many have you ever have you ever got in your menu yet and get stuck because another menu pops up and it shows like this screen and that screen at the same time, and you have to go to your map menu to get out of. Right. Yeah. Right. There's the PB. The, you have a majority of the people that play this game are in it for the PVE. It's a proven the statistics about 80% of about 20% of the people only play PvP, and probably less than 5% play PvP on a regular basis. Now, I will understand what Jacob said earlier today that PvP should be the end product. That should be where everything you do is getting you to be at PvP. I understand that that's the replayable thing, but I'm saying I can speak for people my age, and there's a lot of 30, 40, even 50, 60 people, year old people playing this game more than any other game that I've seen. You just don't see a ton of 50-year-olds playing PUBG or, you know, COD. COD is owned by the 13-year-olds that run around like little crack addicts and just no scope everything. Yes, yes, and they're very toxic. And the people that play the PVE portion of this game, they're not into that toxicity. I got a number of people that's in this clan, that kind of stuff. They hear that kind of stuff, they're like, okay, I'm out of here. I'm going to do something else. And I understand because I feel the same way. I don't go into the dark zone to shoot somebody. I don't have a problem shooting somebody, but I don't go in there hunting somebody, and I don't go in there trying to take their stuff. I'm not the guy that would be with somebody in the party and he go, "Oh, I got the new exotic," and go, "Okay, I'm going to separate the thing and shoot him in the head and steal his stuff." Well, there's a lot of stuff that Jacob says I don't like. Well, that's what he was. That's what he was saying. He said, "I am toxic." He said that. He's basically he said, I'm basically the same kind of guy like that guy that yeah, you're not gonna like." I'm like, well, you're non-toxic enough to help me out, so I'll appreciate that. But no, I don't. I I I don't think I've ever even played PlayStation. I mean, Xbox with Jacob. We never even played in there together. We just talked the game through Discord, through Kamikaze, and um, I guess one of the first things is I would give them praise on their content on my program, and that kind of got their attention. Plus, for the longest time, I would get say Kazakami, Van Doom, Von Doom, Von Dubus, anything but how his name was pronounced. And finally, he jumped on there and he told me exactly how it was pronounced. He said, "You say it so many different ways," and we just laughed, but they also teased me about it too. So he was kind of saying, "Hey, if you give me a shout out, at least say my name right." But he did it in a very respectable way that wasn't like you're a dumbass, you know, and that was good. And then when he made his Discord, next thing I knew, I looked at my name and I was one of his moderators. I was like, "Holy hell!" Oh, that's yeah, that's what I've tried to do. I've tried to be helpful. I can't say that I've always been that way, and there's sometimes I get frustrated. Um, I've been frustrated with some people that I really love in my own clan lately. I have a young man I played with a lot, and his builds are not improving, and I help him out. He goes back to the same stuff, and I'm like, "What are you doing?" You know, well, I need you to help me with a speed run. Then why are you standing in the corner for 5 minutes? And uh, this last few weeks, I've just said, "Hey guys, this is not personal, but I've let you down as leader because I babied you too much." I don't have to baby Jordy. Jordy gets out there, he learns his stuff. Next thing I know, he's coming back fully dressed in legendary gear. It's like, phew, okay, man knows what he's doing. He'll jump in a raid. He'll do. Oh, that was a guy I met just a few days ago. Um, Helped him out, kind of like you guys. Well, yeah. I mean, and some of those builds I had a different way. Like my healer build, I was running a little different. It wasn't quite as efficient. It did a real good job, but it wasn't what it was. And when I put the video out, there was a lot of people that jumped on me as that's not the way you run the belt. It's like, okay, there's it. It's not the best out there, but it's a different way of doing it. And again, that's all part of the community. So if you make content, you're going to have to learn, or I still have to learn every day that don't take it personal, because you can't. Because there's people out there that will hate your stuff just because they've been doing it for 2 years and you have more content than they do, or you got a countdown and you're better on that countdown, or whatever the case may be. They get upset. You're showing your content. You know, Kamikaze's your friend, and they're not. Right. It and I'll tell you one thing that I didn't think would happen, and I've been basically told now. Yeah, it happens. It's almost a way of life. So it's kind of like a okay. There was a play made called Death Trap, and in it, the playwright has had writer's block forever and can't come up with a good play. And his um, his he conspires with his friend to basically scare his wife to death that has a heart attack. Well, his friend is also a playwright too. Well, they execute the first part of the play. They scare his wife to death, and she dies of a heart attack. And they're like, "Oh, okay. Well, the young kid wants to make that into a book." The old man's like, "You can't do that. Everybody will know what we did. And you can't do it." So it was that, one stealing off the other, kind of like, well, this is going to be good, you know. So it's kind of the same thing. You got old content creators that have ran out of ideas, and some young kid that only has 20, 30 follows comes up with a good build or a good idea or a good video. And because he only has 40, 50 people that see it, um, a good content creator comes along and says, "Ooh, that's a good idea. I'll blow it up," and you know, and well, he just makes his own version of it. You'd never steal anybody's content, you know, unless you're just copying my video with my voice, my everything on it. It's not stealing. If you make a video about anything in this game that I made a video on, that's just what it does, you know. And there's some people that make a great living off of doing exactly that. So, and I don't care who out there and all four of you that's watching, listen, or whatever, or if anybody's really watching that isn't, somebody like Willis Gaming a year ago would have 20,000 followers, and he would copy like Wids's video from the day before, and he he's articulate. He would make decent thumbnails, and he would make a decent video to support the same build or the same idea, and he would get his 20,000 hits at $3 or $4 a 1,000 hit. 20,000, that's $60. If you do that 4 times a day, you're making $240 a day, right? So how you get monetized is you have to have 1,000 followers, and you have to have 4,000 hours watched before they even put you up for monetization. Then the monetization process can take up to 6 or 8 months for them to review all the content you made and approve it and basically say, okay, this guy's not going to get us in legal trouble because you know, he's re-record, he's, using Beatles songs in his, videos, or he's just copying movies, or he's copying other people's videos. Just, he's just taking that video, putting it over here and calling it his own. Um, so you got to be real careful on what kind of stuff you use. To me, you should never use any commercial um, movies, any commercial things, and I guess there's a way to do it without being having the movie monetized. And basically, what happens if somebody claims that you're using copyrighted material, they can own your video. So, say you made 1,000,000 hits off a video and you used a Guns N' Roses song, you've just made Guns N' Roses $1,000. They can claim all the money that you've made off that as theirs if you use their music on 100% of your video. So you have to be careful what you do. They can copyright. Okay, so I have a video on there. I got copyrighted for using a logo of another content creator, because when I used to make top 13, I used their logos to explain the person. But I didn't. I asked them first. See, that was the first thing. I would get on there and say, "Hey, you've been on top 13, and or you want to be part of this program? You've done X amount of points that would put you seventh place this week, and you're going to be on my countdown. Do you want to be included? Basically." And nobody ever said no. There's a lot of people like Cowboy that said, "Yeah, you're just whatever. Basically, you're beneath me. Um, do what you do, and um, just yeah, whatever, But there wasn't big. There wasn't a big. Oh yeah, that's cool. The people that really thought it was cool are the people that were lower people that were trying that are hungry. So if you kind of look at my countdown the last few weeks, it's been dominated by people that have 200, 300 views, like DGASAS or me or Mana War that just now got 1,000 likes. It's not the people like Jetforth Gaming. He quit making videos. Macro Style hasn't made a video about Division 2 in over a year. Nothing but skills. Yeah, he makes a video every once in a while. It'll have 100,000 likes for the week, but he's been covering The Last of Us, Warzone. Um, Now a lot of the content creators this week have been monitoring that Ghost of Takashima, or whatever it is, and it was a game that got released this weekend that a lot of people were downloading and doing streams and walkthroughs. It sounds really cool because I love Japanese culture and the samurai and all that. I'll be playing this game until this game is completely wasted, or yeah. And once I'm done with this game, then I'll probably be done with this game. But it's going to take a lot. I'll probably be one of the last playing the game, to be honest. Now, when Dev 3 comes out, I'm sure I'll be playing Dev 3 over Dev 2. But what I'm saying is I'll probably be in the Dev franchise somewhere. So we got you up to 22. We got most of the side missions done. I mean, most of the main missions. So the side missions, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's 3, 6, 7. That's 4, 5. Okay. Always a pleasure. So if you get your side missions done, again, every 3 side missions, you're going to go up at least a level. And by the time you get some of these side missions done, you should be at 30th level. At that point, give me a hit up later on tonight. You get those done. A lot of these you can grind through in about 15 minutes a piece. So you should be able to hit a level every half hour to 45 minutes. So you could possibly be 4 hours away from doing Capitol Hill. Maybe sooner, depending on what you get done. So again, there's 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, if you start the ones up where you started the original missions. So if you do like MLK community, the rooftop gardens, um, Odessa Tech office. You get those 3 done, you'll go up a level, and you might even get an extra mission or 2. And then do Bureau headquarters, Department of Justice, National Archives. I know National Archives is probably a 10-minute run. Um, Agent Brooks side support, that's kind of neat. Shade Tech. Not that I remember. The other thing is you can do is anything that has a project. When you go over your projects, if there's any projects that say to do, make sure you get those done. Um, well, yeah, we. Do you have one you can still do? Yeah, I'll do that one with you. That'll be you up. It should get you up another level, and that would definitely guarantee that you should be really close. So then it's just getting you up to 30th level, so you can do the Capitol building, and then from there, then it'll you'll have to do all these missions again. You'll have to do Capitol. You'll have to do district. You'll have to do all the non. You'll have to do Grand Washington Hotel. They'll all be invaded kind of thing, and you'll get those done. That's pretty cool. We had some people stop by and check us out. We had 5 thumbs up in the 5 hour stream that we had. It's pretty good. So we'll finish this up and wrap up that stream. Got another one? No, we just 5 thumbs up. Oh no, we're six. It shows six over there. It shows five over here. I don't know. It does say six over there. Can I give it a thumbs up myself? Oh, Jordy. Jordy did say he was making the move, didn't he? So we need to vote him out. So one of the things I try to teach players, and I didn't teach some of my own clan members, when you decide you're done with the end of the day, go ahead and leave the group so they don't have to vote you out. By the light, wrecked up like a douchen, whatever that is. I've always tried to figure out what a douchen is. Well, I understand that, and like I say, you maybe you can pay it forward to the next guy one of these days, or you can pay it for it. I mean, you've already helped me out by just subscribing to my channel, and maybe the next few people that you convince to you know uh, join and you're part of the clan now, so of course I'm going to help out my subscribers. Two, I'm going to help out my clan members. And you're a subscriber and a clan member. So why wouldn't I help you out? And that's what I do. What I do. I get an enjoyment out of, like I say, some people get enjoyment out of shooting people in the dark zone and taking their stuff away. That's never going to be my style. I'm not going to enjoy stealing somebody else's work. I know that's what it's for. I can have all the young kids in the world tell me, that's how the game's created. Well, yeah. And I can play it a different way. Right, and there's I think you got one behind you shooting you. Be careful. Somewhere here. There he is. Hey, Booze, you there? Booze. I invited him. Well, I actually invited him in. Booze was the one I told you that was have to play some tough love with lately. But again, I want him to succeed. I want him to do good, and he's played enough that he should have a 1,000 level watch by now. But I've seen nobody try harder than he does. He actually at one point was the second highest raid completion in our clan. He had 10, 15 raid completions. I had 25. So, but it's mostly because of the people I was with. So, no, please. Uh, it's there's more people that play that way than any other way, to be honest. And there's times that I've done stupid stuff like that, and there's times that I got overconfident and I pushed too hard. So do you know how to a cover to cover move? Okay. Do you Now when you want to vault something? So if you vault this, say you're down here like this, and you vault. Let me see how. So you're here, and well, it's not going to let me do it. I need something thinner. Okay. So here. So when you vault like this, and you vault over something, see how slow that is? Now watch this. So when you're in crouch, what you do is you back off and then go, oh, well, okay. You back off and then you back off and then you vault and you go faster. So it's not something I do very often either. So something I need better practice on. Say what? I understand that. Does he play on Xbox? Does he? Yeah, it sounds like my son's a power gamer. He'll sit down there and finish like COD storyline in like 18 hours. Oh, I'm just the opposite. I get locked in on a game and that's it. Sole focus. That becomes, um, dare I call it, almost an obsession. Oh, this is almost. I've almost made this like a job, even though right now it's more like an apprenticeship. You know, I don't know if I'll ever get paid for this game. Hopefully, that would be nice. But I didn't. Making content wasn't my sole purpose in doing that. Um, I'd lie if I said careful. We're gonna get blown up. Let me get heal out here. Stay there. Stay there. That'd be awesome. Definitely. Now you were you the one to ask about the Discord? Okay. Kamikaze. Yeah. If you've already joined the clan Discord, our clan Discord. Awesome. So yeah, I can now. By the way, you're live. So if you turn on your computer or your phone, you can watch yourself on YouTube right now. So bring your A game because you're live on camera, dressed to impress. And you get to see it from my perspective, so you can get to see all the good and bad things I do, and you can say, "Why did you do that?" or "How the hell did you do that?" Like right now, I keep forgetting to throw my heals out, and since I'm running a healer build, and I'm just supposed to be healing you guys, keeping myself fully. Okay, I've been trying to work with you for a few weeks now. You got to get better at what you do. You got to get your builds better before you start worrying about running through these legendaries and these stuff, because you get through there and you get people that are running in there, and then you're dying and they're carrying you. And I know you can do it, but you we got to get your builds better. We got to get you um, given getting stuff up to par. To be honest, okay, awesome. And the good things is when you start doing legendaries, when you start doing these missions, you're going to get a lot better equipment. Now, come tomorrow, those legendaries and heroics are going to get even tougher. They're going to make them tougher, but the rewards are supposed to be even better. So, even more reason to be able to do them, but they're going to be tough. So, one of the first things I would like to see you do when you're playing with us is don't face tank. I know you love those builds that do so good when you're 5 meters, 10 meters away, but they don't work. They get you killed. Okay. You need you need you need those builds that like are if you're going to run glass cannon, Run it with a skill build and then just stay hid. Let your skills do all the work, you know. And the glass cannon works great on those builds because you're doing 30% damage and you're not getting hit because you're staying in cover. And your builds are going out there doing craziness. Like if you're doing a skill build right now with glass cannon with my future initiative, keeping you healed and giving you 30% extra skill damage, you're doing 60% extra skill damage on your skill. Uh, you throw a Pokeball out there, and you're going to do 60% better skill damage out there. So if he throws a Pokeball out there, you guys are just killing stuff, and we're not even using our guns. You see what I mean? Now, okay. Well, right now the turrets are really good. I don't know how well they're going to be tomorrow when this update comes. I have not read through a lot of the notes. Now, the good thing is when we go looking for exotics, when we go look for the bighorn and you see an exotic drop in a legendary, and it's red, it's either going to be a bighorn as of tomorrow or it's going to be whatever that a lot of loot is. It's not going to be, if we're in a marksmanship, a lot of loot area, it's not going to be a vest. It's not going to be a lady death. It's not going to be a shotgun. It's going to be either the MMRs, which is the Mantis and the Nemesis, or it's going to be the Bighorn. It's not going to be one of 20 exotics. So that's a major change. If it works the way they say it's going to work, that's the key. You got to remember, just because they say they're trying to program it that way doesn't mean it's going to work. um, and I would love to. I would love to say Massive's going to get it right, but they've proven so many times that they don't always get it the way they programmed it. And we know they don't test the game enough ahead of time. They Now, even though this is story mode, we're going to run it like it's legendary. So you guys follow me because this is how we're going to run this on legendary. What we're going to do is we're going to take a left. We're going to go up the back stairway. We're going to run up the escalators. I'm going to throw my hive at the top of the escalator, and we're going to get up on top of that top escalator, and then we're going to fire at everybody from there. And then we're going to spread out, trying to get across the room. Eventually, for the other level three shooting at the door when they come out of that. Okay, so follow me. We're going to left. We're going to jump over this. We're going to go up this back stairway. On the stairway, we're going to go right up here. We're going to go right up the escalator. I'm going to throw out my hive. And now we're healed. You guys should be right there behind me. Okay. Now from here, we're going to clear the ads. Don't be too aggressive getting over to that other side. Are you still in the green zone there? Not. Brooks is down. Got a healer down there. We got a purple healer on the other side. Story 2, he's down. Okay. Jumping down one level. Okay. Okay. Here you go. Stay in the green zone. Hey, bud. Need an invite? Jump in here. You'll get it. You get credit for getting it done. Eating's overrated. Trust me. You eat too much, you'll be like me. You'll be 340 pounds, be an old man, playing video games with a bunch of young kids. Bro, you coming? I was talking to Pro. He's in the chat. He don't have a headset. He can hear us, but yeah, he says he's only 13. That makes sense now. And I understand that. If I had a 13-year-old, I don't know if I'd, if my grandson was ever playing the game, I don't know if I'd want him talking to some stranger online. Yeah, my grandson, I'm if I ever get him back over here, because like I say, me and my son don't always see eye to eye. Um, if I ever get him back over here, and like I say, my grandson, I don't know if he likes Grandpa as much because Grandpa don't let him get away with nothing. I'm not going to be like my ex-wife and baby him every time I get him. Nope. You step out of line, young man. Nope. You're not getting the PlayStation. You want to go to church with me? You're going to sit still. You're not going to be sitting there squirming. You're going to, you know. Well, that's the other thing I would like to do. I would like to be more grandpa, spoil them, and then give them back to their dad. But um, because my issues with my son, I don't get that privilege because, and their mother isn't much better. So I kind of feel that some of the only discipline or the only way they're going to learn about how to cope with real life is everybody else spoiling them rotten and they go to work. So I have learned a fine line between being grandpa and trying to help them out in the long run. It's kind of like when I run the Buffalo Wild Wings. There was a lot of people that worked for me that hated me, but after I was gone and after they were gone, they realized what I was doing, and I've had a majority of them contact me later on Facebook and say, I understand what you were doing now, and you were so right, and at least you were honest, and you didn't stab us in the back. You told us, and you always made it not personal. Even if you said, hey, next time you do this, I'm going to have to let you go. You know, I'm going to have to fire you if you do that again. And where other people will, just sit there and want to party with you and be your best friend, and then the next thing you know, they're firing you for doing this exact thing you were doing with them. So it's like, yeah, you got to walk the walk and talk the talk. Come on, hit the button, damn it. Nope. There's only one alien in the game, and I showed it to you. I'll have to research where some of the other ones are. It's been so long, I would have to figure out where all the other ones are. Some of them you just get for doing the mission for the first time. So you'll go down through there, you might have a few butt danglies that you don't even know you have. Right. Red pandas. I would love to have a red panda. I think that would be so cool. They look like a little raccoon. I don't like the way they run. Their front legs being so short. They got this little humpback, but other than that, they're kind of cute, but they're mischievous and yeah. I don't like seeing them run. Just ah, I do, I do miss the my girlfriend's pets. She had a dog that I basically taught how to say cheese. He actually sneezes. She sneezes, and that means she wants her cheese, and she gets a slice of cheese every day as a treat. Now, and yeah, that's all because of me. Now the cat they had, he passed away. He had cancer. He had a big lump on his back, and he slowly drifted away. And she told me one day she was going to take him to the vet to euthanize him, I said, well, I want to come and say my goodbyes. And she goes, nope, can't do it. No, you got to remember him the way he was. I was like, I should have just went and done it anyway. What would she have done? Broke up with me? His name was Sam Watterson. she loves, she loves Law and Order so much. It's you. Shooting you. Thank God there's no friendly fire. Um, one a guy from England made that logo, and I tried to pay him using PayPal, and it just kept refusing it. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. You know, initially he said, yeah, he made some different logos for me. He just used some existing logos and kind of threw them together. So I don't know how much I'm going to legally be able to use them to begin with. But I really would like to pay him for his work, and I told him that. And he said, "Oh, you don't have to do that." Then it wasn't longer, and he said, "Well, here's my PayPal. You can pay me whatever you want to pay me." And I'm like, "It's only 50, $60. That's how much I would have paid for it if I would have went out in fiber and had somebody do it." I would like to get an animation that's much better than the intro that I have, which I made real basic when I started. I'd like to upgrade that, but I really can't justify throwing hundreds of dollars on paying people to do that when I'm not making anything. You know, I just spent $180 for this Elgato. I paid $50 for my blue mic. Because the mic I was using wasn't very well. There's one, two, three, three levels, four, five. You have at least five levels there. And if you go to the settlement, I think you got some stuff in the settlement campus to check out. Got a little beacon there that looks like it needs to be checked out. And then run some of these side missions. Now, if Booze wants to stick with you while I'm working on this one video and doing some stuff. I'm going to jump off the stream and end the stream now. So thank you, everyone. I'm kind of saying it out loud for the stream.